Everybody, I'm Hawaiian Hillbilly. Welcome to another live stream. You guys know the routine. I need to take a minute and set up my laptop so I can monitor chat. Won't take but a minute. I'll type in a little message into the chat room right here. It's always wanting to sell me YouTube TV. And I don't want to pay that much money for it. Alright, got that taken care of. Okay, there we go. Alright, as you can see, we're playing Farming Simulator 22. And we're going to play on Calm Lands. All this is good to go. Now, I think I have maybe one more episode of my Papa a Cow Park on Planet Coaster. For the best I can tell, I have placed about 94% of the objects I can place on that map. So I will probably be doing one more live stream. The only thing we'll do is finish putting down some trees and stuff like that. All right, here we go. Now, I think the only thing we can do at this point is I think we have to sleep until the next day. Yeah, we're going to have to sleep because none of our fields are ready yet. So we'll just go ahead and go sleep and see what we have available for. Let's see, we're going to sleep, and I didn't even see what month it was. Let me back out for a second. It's the month of July, okay. So we can sleep until 8 o'clock. It'll be daylight at 8 in the morning. If it's winter time, we need to sleep till 9 because it's still going to be dark at 8 in the morning on the game. Sorry guys, I have to yawn. You know how it is. Every time I live stream, I start yawning as soon as I get started. All right. Okay, now let's go see if we have anything available for us to work. I see sunflowers over there. They're not ready to harvest. We may not have anything ready to harvest yet. It doesn't look like we are having anything ready yet. Nope. Well, that means we got to go sleep for another month. Now, this is one thing I've mentioned before. We've got to get to the point to where we have fields ready for harvest every month. So we don't have to do this. We don't want to just be sleeping all the time. Sleep another day away. Actually, as far as the game is concerned, it's another month. And sleep a whole month. But we have to play one-day months right now because there just isn't anything for us to do. And there still might not be anything for us to do. You can see at 8 o'clock in the morning. So we know that one's not good. So I can see sunflowers. That's not ready. Again, do we not have anything ready to go? No, we do not. See, we're having to sleep through. This will be 1, 2, now 3 months. We slept away 3 months. And we got to go. We just got to go sleep again. I'm going to set it up to 9 o'clock. Let's go look again. See if we got something we can do. Nope, I see sunflowers. Oh my gosh, don't tell me we're going to have to sleep away 4 months. July, August, September. We have even one field that's doing anything? No. For crying out loud, this is ridiculous. Holy cow. Got to sleep away another month. There's nothing we can do about it because there's absolutely nothing we can do on this game. Unbelievable. 9 o'clock. There we go. So we started sleeping in July, August, September, October. Well, it was June when we first started sleeping. Then it was July, August, September. And now it's going to be October. Do we have anything we can do? Yes, we have sunflowers. What else? I'm hoping that's kind of the only thing we have. We may have one field over here though. This one might be ready. No, it's not. I can't believe that. Uh-oh. Let's go look at something. I can't see it good enough. It looks like it's turned brown. I need to look and see what that is. Is that field ready? Or is that the road? No, that field. Oh. See, this is what I was afraid of. Because now I have this field ready. It was not ready last month. And this is a long field. It takes 5.5 hours to do that field. Or almost 6 hours. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. One of the things I'm going to do right quick like is I'm going to do this right here. I want to make sure this gets done. I need to figure out, autosave is off, but I want to figure out how many days per month. 2 days. So we're going to play 2 days because I'm not going to finish the other field this month. I'm going to finish the other field next month. We'll go do the big field. Let's see. We need this. I need a harvester. Well, I don't need a harvester for this time. I was going to just buy another harvester for my corn header, but I don't really need to do that this time. Because we're going to get $800,000 worth of crop off of this field. We've got our truck down here already. We're going to be using it. If you haven't seen this field yet, it's a big field. I can't even get a headland row all the way around it on the first pass because the tank on this harvester is small enough that it will fill up before we get all the way back around. We'll get most of the way back around, but we will not get all the way back around. Now, I was not wanting to have this field and other fields on the same day. And it takes too long to do this field plus another field on the same live stream. Because like I said, this live stream will probably be close to 6 hours long in order for me to finish this field. And that's with having all the operations going on at the same time. And you'll see what I'm talking about here in a while. Because as soon as I get this harvester running with the helper, and it's running back and forth across the field on its own, then I will be I'll be getting the fertilizer sprayer, and I will do a pass or two if I let the harvester get far enough ahead of me. I will do a couple of passes with that, and then I'll send my cultivator right on out. I'm not going to use the plow on this field. If you guys have watched other streams where I'm using a plow, it just requires too much attention. It misses too much, I have to help it. The cultivator wasn't having the same problem. It did have a little bit of a problem in a couple of spots, but I was able to help it. But the plow, I pretty much have to watch all the time. It just does a bad job as far as having a helper in it. Now, on my smaller fields, I will go ahead and I'll use the plow on a rotation, but I will use a cultivator most of the time. I have periodic plowing turned off, but I still like to do periodic plowing. I used to do plowing every time, but this field would take so much longer. Sorry guys, got a yawn. I'm live streaming. I don't know what it is about live streaming, but it makes me yawn. As soon as I get started. And this piece of equipment runs so slow, 6 miles an hour. You know what I should do? I'm going to stop right here. Whoops. Did not mean to hire a helper. For some reason, I was thinking I already had the helper in the machine, but I don't. Let me just go right here like this. And let me do this. I want to look at something right quick, guys. Let's check out No, I don't need to check out harvesters. I need to check out headers. Now, this is the header we're using right here, but I want to look for that same header in the modded section. Right here, tool height connect for headers. We want to buy this header. I want to buy this header right here, because that's going to allow, once I turn it loose on with the helper, I think with the helper, I hope it works. We're going to buy it simply because I want to try it. Yes. Okay. Now let's go get it. Let's just go get it, and then we'll come back. I gotta figure out where I'm at. I'm way down the road from where I need to be. At least maybe it'll be able to harvest this field at 12 miles an hour instead of 6. And if it can do that, that's going to help us. Now, our seeder still operates at 6 miles an hour. So that's going to be a slow job. But the cultivator runs at 8 miles an hour. And last time it kept catching up. But this time I should be able to get the harvester out front. I'll tell you what I'm going to do too. I'm going to drop this off. I don't really need to take that over there. We're just going to drop it off right here for now. If I decide I want to sell it, then I can come back and sell it. But I'll just leave it sit right here. And this is funny, they don't give you a whole lot of room in here to pick your equipment up. Especially if it's a header, because you have to catch it from the backside. Alright, now let's go back. Now, if I bought a different harvester, it might run faster. So that's something we'll look at. We'll see if maybe we can get a different harvester. I believe with this particular header now, we'll be able to harvest at 12 miles an hour. Because that has that school height. And that lets you operate at the max operating speed of whatever your vehicle is. Alright, so let's do this. Yeah, see, we're already going fast. There we go, that's what we want. That's much better. Faster than what I'm used to operating. I feel like I'm a reckless driver. Whoa, slow down. Yeah, now see, I feel like I want to slow down. But this is going to be great once I get the helper in the machine, get him running this thing, or her. I don't know why I didn't think about doing this before. I kind of forgot that you could actually, it works with all headers. When they did the modding, they modded it so it works with all the headers, not just some of them. Because at first I think I was under the impression they only worked with the big ones. At the same time, I may have thought it wasn't really necessary before. I didn't really need to do that. It's probably a little bit unrealistic going through a field this fast. Because it is pretty fast for a tool to be working. Speed. But like I said, it's going to be nice once we put the helper in it and the helper starts running at this speed. Then I'm going to be able to get other stuff going much quicker. Now, like I said earlier, we're not going to make one complete header round, I don't think. Last time I didn't. We're up to about 90% on our tank, yep. 90%. So yeah, we're not going to get all the way back down there. We we've got to complete the first run first, or at least almost most of it. I got to get all the way down to that bottom edge. Oh, easy, easy, easy. Easy. Back up. Back up. Okay. Right here. Okay. Now, here we go. That's a bummer. That's a bummer. Well, I'll just drive up there. Yeah, we'll just drive up here. Now we will only get, we will not get half a trailer full on this truck. By finishing this whole field, it's not going to even get it. I just need enough room to get the truck out of here. Park it right here. We'll have to come back and get it later. We'll get it later. Now, one thing I noticed between this header and the original header is like when I turn it on with the original header, it will lower itself. But with this one it does not. So I actually have to start it and lower it. But that's okay, I'm used to doing that anyway. Now, what we want to do, we want to raise this up because we're actually going to start this thing like this. Right across this field just like this. Let me get it lined out a little bit. So you can actually see the lines in the field. Okay. Okay, that got it. So then, now this guy's going to work much faster, which is going to be nice. So let's do this. Let's bring the truck back down. Let's bring the truck back down this way a little bit. Just a little bit. We don't have to go real far with it. Now, we want to go right here. We want this right here. This is what we will use next. We'll go fill it up. Okay. I still want to take that tree down because that tree is in the way when I try to come out of there sometimes. We'll go get this over here. Of course, we can't do anything with this really until we let the harvester run a little bit. And that's okay. We're going to bring this across this field like this. The same way. We're not going to do it yet. Let's go get... Let's get the cultivator. Actually, you know what I want? Oh, I can use my... Okay, that's okay. That works. We can do this. Except that's not what I want. I want my cultivator, which is here, not the seeder. I'm going to use that planter over there because it will plant soybeans. So we're going to bring this down here. And then we will bring our planter down here. We don't need to bring it down just yet, but we will in a few minutes. Just so it's down here. We've got to let the fertilizer spreader get out in front of us first. So we can park this here. I'll tell you what we can do. We'll go ahead and get this. We might as well. We'll bring it down here. Like I say, it's not going to be able to, we're not going to be able to use it yet, but we can get it over here, get it in line. There we go. Now see, that guy's going much faster. Much faster. So let's try this. Let's send a helper across here one time. Like that. I think he would have just kept right on going because he was into a new field already. Now we're going to let that guy do his job. We'll let him do his job for a little bit. And then we will send this guy again, and then we can start the cultivator. We can get it started. Let's see where we're at. Okay, 30%. I'm not going to send the cultivator just yet. I want to make sure I have the fertilizer spreader far enough ahead that the cultivator doesn't catch up real easily. I am happy with the fact that this thing is cruising along pretty good now. So that's a good $30,000 investment. We're going to let it run a couple more passes, and then we can send the fertilizer spreader down through there again. I just want to be careful that the fertilizer spreader doesn't start throwing fertilizer over onto the unharvested field, because that will, it doesn't count. So there's no point in doing it. I think we can let it run one more time. Actually, I need to just let it run a couple of times. Let it run a little bit, get away from that. And it won't be just a couple more minutes. I'll get the cultivator started. And then we're just going to have to watch everything. Keep an eye on it. We do have to help the harvester when it gets up to the island. If you have this island up there where you can see those trees right there in the center, the yellow ones. That's an island, if you haven't seen this field before. I want to be able to let the the fertilizer spreader make a couple of passes. What I'd really like to be able to do. I don't think I can't make 2 complete passes. Well, we'll go ahead and let it do 1. See, it didn't even catch the back far enough over here. I want to catch that all the way back here. All the way back. There we go. Whoop. Now, there we go. A little bit of overlap on my part. I didn't have it positioned exactly right, which I didn't think I did. Now we'll let this guy turn around on his own. And hopefully my tractor trailer is not in its way. I bet it is. I bet it's going to be in the way. It's going to tell me, oh, I can't do my job. Okay, now we need the cultivator, and we'll get it started. And I'm not going to do a headland row with it. I'm just going to get it right up here. I'm going to kind of get it lined out the way I want it, like this, where I think it's in the right spot here. Kind of like this. And then I'm just going to back it up like this, and I'm just going to send it. Cultivate. Cultivate. There we go. Okay, I just did catch it. That's all I need to do. Just catch it. And hopefully that thing will not take off across that little road right there and start cultivating the other field. Now, somebody said they completed their task. That was this guy. I wasn't watching this guy. I totally let this guy do the wrong thing. What I said I didn't want it to do, I forgot. I was not paying it. Oh, maybe not. I'm not sure what's going on right here. I have an unfertilized field. I don't know why it's not catching that part right there. Let me try it from this direction, just to see if it catches it. Nope, it's not going to. Did catch that part though. So let's go over to the other side. I'm gonna have to figure out what's going on, but I jumped the gun and jumping in that cultivator because I forgot to stop this guy when he got to the end, so it did exactly what I did not want it to do. I think. Well, maybe not. I'm just gonna have to send it like this. About like this right here. when the time comes. But the time is not yet. Let's go jump in here for a minute. I really almost messed up. But I think I managed to get everything lined back out again. The thing's trying to spray fertilizer down there. I think I fertilized, yeah, I did. I came down through this field, but it didn't recognize it as having fertilizer. And that's why I did not want to let the fertilizer spreader get out in front to where it's overlapping where the harvester's at. But now it's got my field looking funny. And I don't know that I can fix it. We're at 74%. Let's scroll through. Okay, so this guy's doing okay still. Now what we can do, we'll go over here, we'll grab this gun, because this one works slower. This one works at 6 miles an hour. A cultivator works at 8 miles an hour. So I don't have to worry about this guy catching up. So I'm going to get it started right here, like this. Actually, I might want to move over just a little bit more just to make sure it catches. Yeah, about like that. Now, we want to make sure, see, I almost messed up. Soybeans. I just happened to look at it down there and I saw that picture of the corn, because I believe I was going to use it for corn after I harvest the sunflowers. I'm going to do corn, so I went ahead and set it up so I wouldn't forget to, but I'm going to use it in this field. Let's hire a helper. Hopefully this thing will start working at 6 miles an hour. I believe that's what I saw it working at last time. I hope it doesn't need a lot of help. I want to watch it for a couple rows. Yeah, 6 miles an hour. So it is not going to catch up with the harvester. I mean well, it won't catch up with the harvester, but it won't catch up with the cultivator. Because the cultivator is working at 8 miles an hour. See, it's way up there already. In fact, I have to make sure that it doesn't catch up with this. Whoops. Go ahead. Pull forward. Pull forward, please. Now the harvester has a full grain tank. He's struggling to go all the way, go all the way. Okay, close enough. Oh, I should have just let him go. Well, once again, I'm not going to be starting exactly where I want to start. I'll get over here. I need to raise that. So this will be starting more like this, but not until okay, now I need to check and see where my cultivator's at. Okay, I can run a few rows with it. Get out. We'll go grab our truck. I gotta get that harvester running again. Yeah, I gotta be careful. I can't let the cultivator pass our fertilized area. Now, at least from this direction, I can look and kind of see what everybody's doing. I can see everybody down there working. I can keep an eye on that cultivator, make sure he doesn't catch up with us. I don't want it to catch up with us. The other one I don't have to worry about, the planter down there on the far end. I don't have to worry about him catching up with me. Okay, now we can just park this over here. Eventually we won't be able to park this over here because we're going to be buying this field over here, this plot of land. Let's see, let's do this. Let's get over here. Let's get in the fertilizer spreader, and then we can watch where these guys are at. We can see everybody from here, so we can watch where they're at, what's going on. As soon as this guy gets far enough for me to make another pass, I will make another pass. Because I definitely have to have it done before that cultivator catches up. And it doesn't have but a couple more passes to make. And it's going to be up here where we're at. You really have to pay attention to stuff when you get multiple helpers working in the same field doing different tasks. We really have to pay attention. It's easy to get them overlapped and working in the wrong, so they get too close to each other. Now that doesn't matter, like with the cultivator and that planter down there, they can work side by side. Really. I could have started the planter earlier. As soon as I made the first pass with the cultivator, I could have put the planter right behind it and let it start running, because it's a little bit narrower working space. But see, I need to get this guy to move on down. So I'm going to go ahead and send this guy on his way. That makes sure the cultivator can keep running. I probably will have to stop the cultivator. It's going to catch up. But I think as long as I keep an eye on it, what are you doing? See, you have to keep an eye on them. They will come out here and they will get in your field. They'll go right into the other field and start working. I would really like to be able to get to where I'm a couple of passes ahead of that cultivator with this fertilizer spreader, but I'm not sure that's going to happen. Even though I'm covering a lot more ground with this thing. Well, I might as well just wait here, just where we can see what's going on. Make sure that cultivator spreader does not, or the cultivator does not pass this line where we have everything fertilized at. And one thing I do want to do, yeah, this guy's working at 12 miles an hour. We'll ride along with this guy for a minute. So far he's doing good, not skipping anything. Now, what I was saying is we'll have to stop the cultivator, because when we get up by those trees up there, I got to help this harvester work its way around. So that we'll have to stop the cultivator. We will not have to stop the planter down there. It's not going to catch up with us. But I will have to stop this one so I can help the harvester. Sorry guys, I had to yawn. It's 12:51 a.m. where I live. So we're not going to be able to make about one or maybe two more passes. This one and then two more with the cultivator. Maybe just one more and I may have to stop it, because I'm just not far enough ahead. What is the working width of my head? Let's take a look at that. Oh, I don't really know. Let me see something. What is the working width? 6 meters. See, that's one reason why we're catching up with the cultivator, because the cultivator is 8.3 meters and this is 6. Yeah, this will be the last pass. So I'll let this guy run on down, and then I'll just stop it for a little bit. We'll let everybody else get a little farther ahead, because this is the widest piece of equipment that we have, with the exception of the fertilizer spreader. But this thing is operating, it's covering more ground. Even though the harvester runs a little bit faster, with this being so much wider, it can move up the field. Each pass moves it up the field farther. So it's actually, you can see it's actually catching up with the harvester. As long as I have just a little bit of fertilized space left there, that's all I'm concerned about. And then right before this gets to the end of the field down here, we're going to stop it. Because that way I don't have to turn around and line it back up on the field. It'll turn itself around once we rehire a helper to continue with what we're doing. So we're just going to get right up here. Let's say about right here, good enough. Now we just back up. Now when we get ready, we'll just rehire a helper right there and turn him loose. But not until we get a little farther up the field. We'll just make sure that the planter down there does not catch up with the cultivator, and we'll be good to go. So yeah, I have to help the guy when we get up to this island. We got a little bit to go yet before we get there. I'm going to have an island right there. See those trees right there in the center of the stream? Those will stay there when we put a field over here. So I'm not sure if I'm going to have that in the middle of the field, or if I'll use it like to help work as a divider between two fields. I might do that. We'll see. But for now, we can just ride along with this thing for a couple minutes. Five, 6 miles an hour, 5 miles an hour. Now, one thing about the harvester will not pull out into another field with a different crop in it and start harvesting. It will only harvest one crop type at a time, which is good, because I don't have to worry about it as much. This thing, it will pull out into this field over here behind us and just start planting, even though it already has a crop in it. Why it doesn't recognize that it has a crop growing already, I don't know, but to me that's kind of weird. And if you use a plow, a cultivator, they will all do that. They will pull out into a field that's already got crop growing in it and just start destroying it with the helper. Now, I've done that a couple times myself, because you can plow under a crop if you want to. You know, when you first start the game, if you have a field on a map and you don't actually want that crop in it, you can, now here's something I see. I'll have to go help that harvester in a minute, but look right here. There's some uncultivated space right here. I don't know why it does that. I want to back up right here just to see if I can't fix this. Because it did not plant this. And I want to see if I can make it plant it. So I'll just try to do it manually. See if I can do it. Nope, it did not do it. So I don't know what's going on. That was part of that area that was messed up with the fertilizer spreader. Let's see if it'll do it from just a slightly different angle. Nope. Alright, well, we'll just get it started back up here again. Let it go on its way. I don't know why it didn't catch that spot, but it didn't, so. I hope we don't end up with a big spot right there in the middle of our field that hasn't actually been planted. It's possible. Now let's get back to the harvest. Let's get back to this truck. There we go. At least it's in the tank. Or in the trailer. It was kind of coming out beside it. Okay, then we can get the fertilizer spreader to run again. But it can't do 2 passes. That's the problem. Can't get it far enough ahead. Now, normally I would not drive through my crop like this, but I have crop damage turned off, so it doesn't really matter. But I try not to do that. Alright, now let's get this guy over here. Let's go like this. See if we can't get this thing out here a little bit. Yeah, that's gonna it's gonna overlap what we've already done just a little bit, but it's gonna be okay. That'll be okay. We'll let it run down to the end. Then we can get our cultivator to run a few more passes. We're going to let this guy get turned around. He'll be lined out the way we want it. Not too much of an overlap down there. But that's counting as a second row of fertilizer. And we're actually running the second row of fertilizer with our planter. Let's see what happens. I think it's, well, we might be able to run 2 passes. Let's see where we're at. Actually, it looks like we might. Yeah, we can. So we're going to let this guy run another row. Yeah, okay. So at least we can get 2 passes this time. So we'll let this guy get down here and get it turned around. Well, we may not turn it around until after. I'll see if it can turn itself around. If it can, and we can back straight up and get out of the way, that would be good. But see, it didn't even cover to the edge of the field. There we go. So we're just going to let it sit over here. But now we can put the helper back in the cultivator and just send it on its way again. And we'll be able to make a few passes. We've got to keep an eye on the harvester up there. It's not close enough to that island up there to worry about it just yet. Here comes a cedar. So that's good. That's what we want. We want it to be up close to us. I don't know what's going on with the field over there, why it looks all that way. That's where I messed up with the fertilizer. Makes it look funny. Crop should grow okay though, I guess. I do have to keep an eye on that guy. Not let my cultivator get out in front of me. Or not past where the edge of the fertilizer is. It is nice having this guy. Working a little bit better, running at twice the speed. Now, like I've mentioned in my other live streams, ideally you want this, you want the machinery, especially when you're using a helper, to run the lengthwise of the field, the longer direction. We're running the short direction across the field, simply because it works out that way, but it can do the whole field, with the exception of this little area around the island up here, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Otherwise, it can actually harvest the whole field by itself. There might be one little area up at the other end, at the top end, that I have to help it. because I have the curved edges. And that always makes it more difficult when you have curved edges. You have to keep an eye on where that cultivator's at. I do not want it getting out of what's already been fertilized. It can't get ahead of that spot. We've got a few more passes before we get over here to that place right there where those trees are. And it's not hard to do. The helper can't do it. I mean, the helper's going to do a lot of it. We gotta help it. That's all there is to it. Maybe I can pull this up here and send it down for another run now. Yeah, it looks like I probably can. I'll probably put it over here about like this. Even if it overlaps, it's not going to hurt nothing. I'd rather overlap on this side that's already fertilized as opposed to be over too close to the harvesters. Okay, now our fertilizer spreader is operating at 11 miles an hour. I didn't really notice that until I noticed it was pretty much keeping up with the harvester. And that's good. We want these two pieces of equipment that are out front to operate faster. Now it says somebody has stopped working. Who stopped working? The cultivator. No, it didn't stop. Why did it say it stopped working? It told me somebody stopped working. Oh, that was the fertilizer spreader because I fired the helper. That's what that was. It said manually, stop working manually, which means I made it stop working. Oh, it's raining. You know what? Stop. Stop. Because you cannot harvest, if you harvest when it's raining, I'm pretty sure it's going to tell me, wait, did it quit raining? Did it quit? No, it's still raining. Because it will tell you if you're harvesting when it's raining, that you lose some of your yield. I don't think it said that yet. I don't see it saying that. It's not so it must not be raining hard enough to affect it yet, but it's going to be. That's all we can do. All we can do is just stop and sit for a second. We can let the cultivator run for a minute. It can cultivate in the rain. It figures. I get everything going and it starts raining. So I can't harvest because I will lose yield, and I don't want to lose yield. I would rather just wait. See how it's showing us up at the top up there? It shows the cloudy, and it shows the very first icons there in that dark bar at the top right. We got rain coming down. So we lose yield if we harvest in that rain. We can cultivate, we can plant, but we can't harvest. We lose some of our crop. So we have to follow that along until that icon changes. So once we get up to the edge of our working field with this cultivator, and we need to stop the cultivator. Actually, you know what? I don't need to stop this guy. This guy can keep working. Yeah, this guy can keep working. This guy cannot work. Everybody else can work. The harvester cannot work. So once I get this guy up to where I need it to be, I'm going to speed up the clock until the rain quits, so we can get the harvester back to working. Because now this guy's going to catch up. It's going to have my it's going to have the rotation turned off, but I wanted to be able to stay out in front of this guy, and now I'm not going to be able to do that. And it could rain all day. I don't know what it will do. It could literally rain all day. But we have it set for 2-day months. I had almost a full tank of grain too in a harvester. I could empty it, but I really don't feel like doing that. I'd rather just ride along with this guy for the moment, so we can make sure we get him shut down when we need to. I'm just hoping it stops raining before we get there. I would like to be able to get that harvester going, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, it is what it is. But yeah, if it's raining or snowing, you can harvest, but you lose yield. I think on the FS19 you couldn't even harvest. It wouldn't let you. But now it'll let you harvest. You just lose some of your crop, like some of your grain. And I don't want to be losing any of it. So it looks like we can run one more pass. I don't think we can do two. I think we can only do one. Gosh, I wish it would quit raining. Yeah, we can do one more pass with the cultivator, and then we're going to have to shut him down. We'll let him turn around at the other end of the field though. We just won't let him actually start working. It's going to be just a little bit wider then that fertilized strip right there. So we'll let him get turned around, and then we'll stop it and leave it sit. And then we're only going to have one machine working. And that'll be the planter down there. And it can keep working. But like I said, I'm going to speed the clock up. Because I want the rain to stop. I want this guy to back up. See, boy, that's firing right there. Okay. That's right on the edge, but I'm not going to do it. I'm going to let it. I'm just going to wait. So now let's go to the clock. Let's see. Let's run the clock up. I don't want to go too fast. We set it up to 120. Maybe I should set it at 240. I could probably set it up even more than that. Gosh, it could rain all day. I'm hoping it doesn't. But it is possible. There we go. Now we can go back to real time. We can get our harvester going again. Take off, harvester. What, it had a full grain tank already? Oh no. It's not full. Oh, it does have a full grain tank. I did not know that. I should have. If I did, I would have already emptied it. I thought it said full, or nearly full, 80%. I didn't realize it was full. Oh, I could have had it done already. Stop. All right, good enough. We're going to be buying all this out here too at some point. Before too much longer, probably. Alright, let's see. Plugging away. Alright. Now there isn't anything else I can do. I can leave the planter running. He's ready to go. Cultivator is ready to go on its next pass. So all we got to do is hop in those, hire a helper. So we can ride along with this guy for a couple of passes. Won't be too much longer. We're going to have to help this guy. But then look at all that field we still have all the way on the other side of that island. We kind of have to do that with each of our pieces of equipment. We'll have to get rid of the helper, fire the helper, and do part of the work around this thing ourselves, and then we'll send the helper to finish it. So we go through 2 or 3 helpers getting around this island. That's okay. I knew it would be that way because I've done that before. I will tell you, this header will make good, nice quick work of our smaller fields. I do like that. So we'll probably go sell our other header, although I might just buy another one of these harvesters. And I'll have this one for the helper, and I'll have the other one for myself. This thing, even at 12 miles an hour, if you're not used to like doing this type of stuff at that speed, it's easy to oversteer these things, overturn them, and the next thing you know, you're headed off in the wrong direction. I'll make one more pass with this guy, and then I might be able to turn the fertilizer spreader around again, let it go. One pass down the field. I like it at 2 passes down the field. But I really don't have yeah, I'm probably not going to be able to do that because I need to get at least one more pass. We'll see. We'll let this run a couple more passes, I guess. Since it's moving pretty fast. Now, some of them I think will actually harvest at like 32 miles an hour. If you have the bigger harvester, they're more powerful, they run faster. But the bigger headers don't work so good on this map. Or at least when I used them before, they did not. Yeah, we've got a few more passes before this guy's going to need help. I think what I'm going to do, I will go ahead, I'll let this guy run one. We'll let it run one. It can't run two, but it won't be long it can run another one. I'm not going to send the cultivator until after I can get at least another run with the fertilizer spreader. And the reason for that is the cultivator will catch up with us while I'm trying to use the harvester and work around the edge of the field. So once again, I'm not able to let the fertilizer spreader turn around on its own. We'll just park it like right in here somewhere, about like this. I'd like to be able to let it maneuver on its own. I'm not going to start the cultivator yet. The planter is still down there, so it's far enough away. I don't really need to worry about it catching up yet. This thing's going to make one more pass down. It's going to come back. We're going to get to the island, and then we're going to we're going to help it. Nearly a full grain tank already. I think it fills up pretty fast now because we're moving so fast, and so it doesn't take long to fill it up. But we're moving at twice the speed as we were with the other headers. Don't know what this guy's doing. Might as well get firing if he's going to be doing this kind of stuff, because that's not what I needed to do. I need him to actually harvest the field. I'll just back up to the other side again. Now when we get up to the edge of this field, I mean the edge of this island up here, I think we can go all the way. Actually, we can do this right here. This is going to be nice. It's going to work out the way we want it, really. We're going to go this way. Wait a minute, now let me look at where I'm at. Okay, now I need to go this way, I need to go up here. What is it? Oh, I got a full tank already, that's the problem. What about back to, did I get all this? No, I did not. I gotta come back. I gotta come back over to here. That tree's in the way. It messes with my visibility. We'll put that out. Let's go find the truck. Try to get in here behind it. Well, that's not exactly getting in it, but it's counting, so we're just going to let it go. We're going to pretend like it's getting in there. Actually, maybe I can back up just a little bit. Okay, that's better. At least it's in there. And then when it gets done, I'll have to move the truck a little bit. And hopefully this is the last time I'll have to run the harvester manually as far as the pipe and everything. We're just going to get out of the way over here. Well, like I said, eventually we're going to have turn that off for a second. I want to get back to kind of line back up over here. See, that tree makes it hard to see where the edge is right there. But now we want to come up here. We're going to go around it one more time. That'll give the harvester room to turn around. I'm not used to doing this at this speed, especially working on curves. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go up here we're going to put the helper back in the harvester. And then when it gets over to the other edge of this island over here, then we'll go restart it, and then it can take off on its own again. It should be all right. We may not have to help it anymore. And then we can let that fertilizer spreader go. But I want to get this started on the other side of this island first. So it's going to have to take a few passes right here. And that's okay. Let's go check something. Make sure we don't have a videotape cartridge up here somewhere. I probably already looked around this rock, but see if I did or not. Because we do have some more of those collectibles that we can get. We got about 13 more, I think. Ooh, this thing's going fast enough now. You know, you catch up with. Usually it's pretty easy to catch up with. It's a good thing I could run more than 12 miles an hour in this game. Now we do have to catch a couple more rows, a couple more passes through here with this harvester, and then I can turn it loose. It's harvesting in reverse up there when it turned around right there. Thankfully that doesn't mess with it when it hits that spot where it actually, right when it first starts to turn around, it actually harvests part of it. Now I think we're going to have to make one more pass around. Actually, I might not have to. I might be able to just... This is what we're going to do, and hopefully it works out for us. We're going to come over here on this side, and we're going to get it going this way. And hopefully this is going to work okay. Now I want to send this guy one time. Didn't quite reach the edge of the field, which is a bummer, but that's all right. We got to go around the island ourselves anyway. And once we do this, we're going to, I'll get back in the harvester. Because I want to be with the harvester. I am going to let this guy turn around on his own. What's he doing? I don't really know. Let's see if we can figure out what's going on with this guy. This fertilizer spreader, what's it doing? See, I have no clue why it's doing that. It should have just turned around and got ready to make the next pass. But it didn't. Now, do I want to send this guy yet, or do I want to wait? I'm just going to wait. Oh, wait. I better not wait. I better send this guy. Because look where my planter is. Catching up. Which is good. But if I hadn't have just noticed that, then he'd have made a couple more passes and he would have been overrunning us. Actually, it might not even plant where it's not plowed or cultivated. but it would keep running. It just wouldn't be planting nothing. Okay, I can leave that for a minute. I can't leave it for long. I think what I want to do is this. I want to try this right here. Well, I better do this. I better just go around to the other side this way. And start on this end. And hopefully it's going to work out. It might not. I may have to help it. But we'll see. We will see. Now, if it can make it straight across this edge up here, I may have to drive it across this part because the header might not be wide enough to catch all the way. It looks like it's going to be a little bit on the thin side. So it's probably going to stop working. Maybe it'll keep going. No, it did not keep going. I'm just going to make sure, I'm just going to keep going straight across. Okay. So now we can turn around. And I'm going to let it overlap just a little bit on the edge here. I don't care if it overlaps a little bit. It doesn't need to overlap probably quite that much. About like this, I'm okay. Because I want to make sure when it gets over to the other edge of that little curved harvested place in there, that it actually meets up with the other side. Yep. See, that worked out good. So we had to help it a little bit. We're not ready to do this yet. We'll just have to wait. Well, actually I can do this. I should have just enough space, yep. So I have just enough space to do that. I would have had more than enough if I hadn't overlapped it on this edge, but that's okay. It doesn't matter if it's overlapped a little bit. We'll get it lined back out. Because what we got to do is this right here. Come back around. Drive back over this way. And then we're just going to park back over here on this side. We're going to let that guy run a little bit. Probably going to put this guy probably right behind the harvester. I'm not going to run it yet. I'm just going to, that's where it's going to be where I tell it to start working, is right here like this. Because it has to catch a little bit around that island right there. Now we will have to pay attention to this guy because he too will need help. We'll do the same thing, the same method of working around the island with this guy as we did with the harvester. Now this guy seems like he's moving pretty slow compared to the harvester. But at least it's not going to take us 6 hours this time to get finished. And that's a good thing. Let's check our harvester because it'll be forward. Let's get our truck. There we go, that's better. That was a better timing. Now my interest is how much money are we going to make off this field this time. Last time we made $808,000. We should make more than that this time. We should make more than that. Now this guy can make 3 or 4 more passes. And then we can do another fertilizer. So we can ride with this guy. It's nice to see our planter is right here beside us. Of course our cultivator has had to sit for a while. But now we will not have to stop the harvester again. We may have to stop the cultivator again because of the lack of fertilizer out in front of us. But maybe not, we'll see. We'll make a couple more passes here and see if we can't throw down some more fertilizer. I wish I could run at least two rows of fertilizer, 2 passes with the fertilizer spreader instead of just one. But for right now I can't get 2. So as long as we can keep everybody working. It's really the fertilizer spreader. You can say it's working because it is where it needs to be. It's not holding anybody else up. And even had I let the harvester get farther ahead, unless I let it get real far ahead, the fertilizer spreader was going to catch up with it fairly quickly anyway, because it covers so much territory with the fertilizer. So it takes a lot bigger chunks of the field. So I would have still been sitting right here where I'm at, waiting. I would have had to have been almost finished with the field as far as harvesting is concerned before I started the fertilizer spreader, in order for it not to catch up. I think I can try it right here. Yeah, we can set it go right here. It's overlapping quite a bit, but that's okay. I needed it to overlap some to catch this part right up here. And then I think we're okay. See, I needed it to be overlapped enough to catch that right there. And that'll catch this little spot on this end too. So that's okay. Now let's see if this guy will actually turn around. I'm hoping it will turn around like it's supposed to. See, I don't know what it's doing. Okay, it actually is going to get turned around, but it's probably going to be in the way. I'll have to get it lined up where it wants to be and stop. Now just back straight up a little bit. And then we can just leave it sit right there until we're ready for the next pass. Now, what is this guy doing? See? That is not what I want it to do. But I understand why it's doing that. Because I wasn't watching it, so I could catch it in the right spot. So we're just going to grab this like this. We're going to grab this like this, and we're going to come down, and we're going to come up this way. We're going to go up to the island. And then we're going to go around the island. Like we did with the harvester. And I'm going to go around 2 times. Now we have nearly a full grain tank. Well, we may only need to take this 1 time around. Because it's not quite as big front to back as the harvester. The harvester needs a little bit more room to pull up in there when it's making those passes. Whoops. Oh, I got it. Okay. We got it. Okay, so now we can go back over this way. And we will let this guy go. We'll put the helper on this thing. Turn him loose. Now, unfortunately, I'm going to have to let the harvester sit there once it's full, because the timing, I'm not going to have time to go empty the harvester and still be able to do what I need to do working with this guy. So I will just have to let it sit there until I get this guy started on the other side of the field. See, that harvester's done already. But this guy only has a couple minutes before it's going to need my help. It's going to make about 1 more pass right here. And then I'm going to have to help it. So we just have to let the harvester sit once again. I'm not being able to get things to operate smoothly So next time I need to let the harvester run farther ahead. I need to let it get a little bit farther ahead than what it is. And that's okay. It's kind of a learning process. Now we should be able to just take this cultivator right around to the other side. We'll take it around to this other side and get it started over here. And then we will have to check on it, but it'll give me time to, it's going to give me time to take care of the harvester. That's why I could not just leave the cultivator, because I knew it was going to take a couple of minutes to do this, and it would have totally had that cultivator messed up over there if I didn't help it. It'd be going down through the center of the field and stuff. It would not be following the pattern like it's supposed to. So we just park it out here, that's fine. And then we'll see what happens with this guy. We should be okay. It should work out all right. Where's he going? Turn around. What are you doing? Okay. I thought maybe it'd just try to take right off. So we should be okay. We'll see. Hopefully it's going to work out fine. I think it will. I think it's going to be okay. There'll be a slight overlap when it goes back up on the other edge, on the other side of the island back behind us. That should overlap just a little bit, and that's perfectly fine. So we shouldn't have to help this guy anymore. Hopefully it will be able to finish out what it's doing. Let me check on the planter right quick. See, there's a spot that it missed. I figured it might do that. That's why I wanted to come check it out. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to fire that guy right quick. I want to come down here and see if I can't catch this part. Because there's a couple of spots right here. I remember there was a couple of places that it didn't do on its own. And that's all I need to do, just let that catch itself. Because the rest of it didn't have any problem with. I knew there was going to be a spot right here. I remembered that. And now I think it'll do the rest of it on its own okay. Until, of course, we get to the island. Yeah, see, we got just a little bit of overlap right there, and that brought us straight across, and now we're back on target. Now we just have to watch and make sure we don't overlap or overrun the edge of the fertilized. part. Thankfully, the rain did not last a long time. It still might get dark on us. Now we're 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Maybe we'll be okay. We might finish before it gets dark. I probably could make maybe 2 more passes with this thing before I have to shut it down again. But that's okay. If I have to shut it down, I do. Because all that really matters is that the planter over there does not have to stop working. As long as that machine does not have to stop working, then we're okay, because it's going to finish at the same time it normally would have. So as long as we don't hold it up, then I'm okay. All the rest of this stuff, it really doesn't matter, because the field won't be finished. I mean, their jobs will be finished, but the field itself won't be finished until the planter finishes. So I just need for it to keep operating. And so far we've been able to do that. I do need to check it right quick though. I need to see where it's at. Okay, it can make a couple more passes. I'm okay. Because this guy can make 1 more pass and then I've got to shut him down. So I got to pay attention to him. It's the most important. Where's my harvester? How full is it? 70%. So we're going to have to be letting the harvester sit there again. I have to stay with this guy. And it's just barely going to have room. But we will get 1 more pass. It'll leave that 1 little strip of fertilized land. And that's what we got to have that. We don't want to get out past that. It's going to mess us up. The problem is you cannot put fertilizer on top of fertilizer. You have to do a stage in between the two. So you have to do a fertilizer, and then you have to plow, cultivate, and then fertilize it again. Or you have to like fertilize it, and then plant, and then fertilize. But we're doing planting and fertilizing at the same time. So we can't do that. And now it used to be that I would run the fertilizer spreader twice, just because it covers so much ground faster. But then I got to thinking, well, the seeder or the planter, either one, has to run the whole field anyway. So if it can do both operations at the same time, I don't have to come back with yet another piece of equipment and run over the field. So I decided it really is not faster for me to use the fertilizer spreader 2 times. So I started doing it the other way, and I'm still kind of new to doing it that way. But overall, the field gets finished faster if I just, but not that much faster, because I can have the fertilizer spreader like right behind the planter finishing up. So right after it finishes, I can finish it, because I can be coming right behind it. But that doesn't matter. I don't have to pay so much attention to things if I do it the way I'm doing it now. So I want this guy to turn around, and then I am going to I'll stop him. The fertilizer spreader will fertilize underneath this thing. It's not going to hurt nothing. I can back it up just a little bit. I don't really have to though. So I could just stop him right here and stop right there. Now let's go back to, I got to watch this guy right here. This guy's already ready, but I can't do anything with him yet. Gotta wait. I've got to help this guy. So I'm going to let this guy come back down to the edge of this island, and then I'm going to stop him for a minute so I can go empty the harvester, get the harvester moving again, and then I'll come back and help this guy. I don't like having to let the harvester sit. I wish I could put a truck. Well, now see, this guy's acting all weird. So now I'm just going to fire him since he backed all the way down here. Not exactly what I was going to do with it, but actually I'm going to back it up just a little bit more. Since I have to do this anyway, I might as well do it like this. I might as well have it like this. Now we'll drive around. And I think I'll just have to go around at one time. And then I should just be able to send it back right here now. Now we'll go grab the truck. Get this guy emptied out so we can get him on his way. And then we can send the fertilizer spreader down through here at least one time and then get the cultivator running again. Now, if I remember correctly, last time it seemed like we had about 47% of this trailer full of soybeans off this field. We might get a little bit more. I'm hoping we get a little bit more than that this time, because our yield should be a little bit better, because we were not at 100% fertilized last time. That was the first time. And it never works out to be 100% the first time. Let's go to the fertilizer spreader. Let's pull him forward. We'll go ahead and get him started. Send him. Jump out. No, don't jump out. Don't jump out. That was almost a mistake on my part. I was going to get the cultivator started, but I decided, actually, if I do it this way, maybe I can do it fast enough. Because I got to be in this guy when he gets to the end so I can stop it down here. But I've got the cultivator running again now, so that's okay. I was able to do it. I got to thinking, man, if that thing gets down there and turns around too quick, then it's going to start fertilizing the unharvested field, which I don't want, because that's a waste of fertilizer. It doesn't do a bit of good to do that. Now, will this guy turn around? I'm going to have some truck in the way. I gotta be quick. Gotta be quick. And get this guy turned around and stop him. Oh my gosh. Fire. I'm going to try to leave that sit right there. And hope it's not in the way. I'm going to hope it is not in the way of this harvester. But you can see the technique I'm using, guys. It's a fantastic way to be able to work this field. Now I got to do something I almost forgot. Oh, see, we just did get here in time, guys. I just did get here in time. I got to go catch this one little spot right here. And then we're going to go back around this way. I just did get here in time. It's easy to forget about what you got going on. When you have this much going on at the same time. It is just easy to get confused and forget about it, because I literally forgot about the planter over there until just when I said, oh, I need to go check on this one. And I had a picture in my mind that it had totally finished what it was doing and left a big chunk undone. So I can let that one run, I can't let it run long without getting back in it. But I think I'm okay to go up here and make sure this guy gets turned around up here okay. Should be okay. I'll check it in a minute. I'd rather kind of stay with this guy and make sure it's going to be okay. I've got about 2 more passes after this one. I don't want to forget what I'm doing. It's so easy to do, to forget about the other piece of equipment that you've got working. Will I have to help the guy? Well, it looks like he might catch the whole thing. Yeah, it looks like he got it. No, he didn't. He left one little spot right here. I don't like it when they do that, so I have to do it myself just to make sure it gets done. Okay, now it should be okay. And this guy can do one more pass. I don't think I'll be able to do another pass on the fertilizer spreader. before this guy finishes his next pass. It would be nice if I could. Maybe I can. Let's try it. Yeah, I can. I got one more. Better keep going. For now. Now my harvester is already full again. So I am glad I was able to at least send the fertilizer spreader down one more time. Let's get this down here. Now it runs fast. I'm just going to drive through the field this time, guys. I don't normally do that. I don't like doing that. But in this case, I'm going to because I want to get this. I want to park this truck right here. And then I can be over here while it's filling up. And then I'll let it get turned around. Well, I guess it has to pull all, it's pulling all the way out here because of the curve in that field over there. Kept trying to figure out why is it pulling out here so far, because eventually this is going to have a field in it. So now we can just let that sit right there. We'll back it straight up like this. We don't want it to be in the way of the harvester. And then this guy can move. There we go. We got everybody going again. Now I'm kind of wondering if you guys like, if you like watching games like this with commentary or without commentary. Leave me a comment down in the comment section to let me know. Do you prefer commentary or no commentary? Now I will tell you, I have been told that I have a good voice for ASMR. So, you can let me know what you think about that too. Let's see, let's come back here, just see where we're at. Yeah, see, that was the perfect timing on this again, because I'm just going to go right, I'm just going to get rid of that guy, and I'm going to go right down to the end. I'm going to let it overlap just a little bit. I need to let it overlap just a hair. So that might be overlapped just a hair more than what it really needs to be, but I'm going to leave it like that. Yeah, that's going to be fine. Just because it was like one row difference. And I've got it overlapped a couple rows. Now see, here's a spot right down here. It looks like it didn't do. So I need to look at that and see why. See, it didn't, I don't, there's just a dip in the field right there. There isn't really anything can be done about it. This guy seems like he's going so fast. Of course, compared to everybody else, he's going 4 miles an hour faster than the cultivator. So that's 1/3 the speed faster. And I have to keep stopping and letting it to unload it though. That's the biggest problem. But this guy is working on a wider, so it doesn't really matter. He's running a little bit slower, but each pass he takes is, 2.3 meters wider. So by the time he's made a third pass, every 3 passes to his is like 4 of the harvester. So I think work ratio wise, the harvester has the speed, the cultivator has the width. I'm not sure which one would be faster, which one would actually complete the field faster. Probably the cultivator. The cultivator would probably catch up. If we kind of like ran them at the same time. Now we'll get ready to jump in that truck here in a minute, but yeah, maybe I better just go ahead and get in that truck. Get ready to go. I really got to watch what's going on. This guy can make one more pass. Get 94%, 95, 96. Let's get up here. I should be able to collect this grain before it gets to the end of the field, maybe. Yep. Cultivator can make one more pass, so we should be okay. We should be able to get to it in time. Bring this guy out here and park him. And this will be the last pass we can make with this one. Hello, welcome. Working on this big soybean field again. I've got everybody working at the same time in this field. I got my planter down there. So I just have to I gotta kind of pay attention to all my helpers. I have to do everything in a certain order. I bought a different header for my harvester, so it runs a lot faster. I got to stop this cultivator when we get down to the end of this row, so I'm riding along with him for a minute. I have my my fertilizer spreader sitting up here. It's ready to go for its next pass, which it can do here in a minute, hopefully. Now we'll let this guy get turned around and then we'll stop him, because I don't want him to do this row yet. I got to get some fertilizer down. I'm just going to run him up here, let him get turned around, lined out the way he wants to be, and then we'll just park him like that. And then you can see we're finishing up the field with this guy right here. We've got the rest of it all completely done. So we're up there, we're harvesting, and then I've got my fertilizer spreader. It looks like, well, I'm going to let that harvester run one more row, because I do not want to get the fertilizer spreader too far out front. I don't want to overlap where he's trying to harvest, because it's a waste of fertilizer. So I'll let this guy get down. We'll finish this row and then come back the other way. And I should be able to send my fertilizer spreader. And once I get it going, I can send the cultivator back up again. When I was using the other header on here, this thing would only operate at 6 miles an hour. And it took me like 5.5 hours real time to do this field. It's going to be a little faster than that this time. Although not a whole lot faster, I don't think, because I still have to have the planter is still operating at 6 miles an hour, planting. But I was able to get it started much sooner. So now, I actually should be able to start this guy at this point. Yeah, I think it's going to be okay. Yeah. And then, I'm going to get this guy started again. Then I will get back again with this guy so I can stop it when it gets down to the other end. It does not take long for that harvester to fill up when it's operating at twice the speed. Now I have to stop this guy. I don't even know if this thing can turn around. That truck's going to be in the way again. I've been parking the truck right in the way. Every single time I park the truck, it seems like I put it right in the way. I just want to move it enough to let this fertilizer spreader turn around. So let's get out. Let's go find this guy before he starts spreading fertilizer. I don't want him to spread any more fertilizer. And I don't even know what he's doing. What are you doing? Man, it totally went the wrong direction. Gee-miny. It's supposed to be way up here. It's a good thing I was paying attention, because he would have went and messed me up. He would have went and messed me up. Let's just leave it sit right here for now. That's really just not what I wanted to do. I've not been able to get this to work smoothly. I mean, it's okay. I've been able to manage to keep control of everything, but I haven't been able to get it to work as smooth as I would like for it to work, with multiple operations going on at the same time. So it's like maybe I should spread my equipment out just a little bit more than I did on this time. This time I just wanted to get them all going. I don't want it to be a 6-hour live stream. It's already 2:30 in the morning where I live. I wonder if I can hit that truck. That's not what I wanted to do. Looking at it backwards was not a smart thing to do. That was not a smart thing to do. Now we can let this guy run for a few minutes. And that's what we got left of the field to harvest over there. So we're getting closer. I'm really curious to see how much money we make off this field this time. Last time we made just over 800,000, 808,000. So I'm hoping it's about 850,000 this time. The yield should be better because it last time was the first planting, which means I had to create a field, and you don't get the better yield. You only get like 85–87% yield on the first time, and I think I was at 95% this time, so it should be an extra 10% of grain, hopefully. It looks like this guy can make maybe, what, 3 more passes before I have to have some more fertilizer down. So I may have to stop this guy. That's the problem. I keep having to stop. I have to keep stopping the helpers instead of being able to keep everybody moving smoothly. And that's really because I didn't let the harvester get far enough ahead before I started the next step. I just wanted to get everybody moving. So as quickly as possible, I got everybody moving. I can't do more fertilizer yet. The harvester is not far enough out front. Now right now I do have I did change one of my settings, so I have a 2-day months right now. I have been playing on 1-day months, but for this particular live stream I set it for 2, because we also have a field of sunflowers that's ready to be harvested, and I don't want it to switch into a new month yet before we get that field harvested, but I probably won't do it on this live stream, and then I'll set it back. But we want to get to where we can actually change to like 2-day months, but we're not there yet. When I first started this live stream, I had to sleep through 3 months. We started in June, and you can see it's October, so we slept the month of June, or the rest of the month of June, and then July, August, and September. So I had to skip all those months because there was nothing to do. Now one thing I do have to remember to do is I've got to go feed the chickens, and I've got to put water in the greenhouses, because I know, having skipped all those months, that they're going to need that again. One thing I should do right quick. Okay, our water truck is full, so that's good. Now this guy can make one more pass, and then I'll have to stop it. Unless, let me see, I skipped over the top of it. Maybe. When this harvester gets through this row right here, maybe I can actually... Yep, okay, good. I won't have to stop the cultivator that way. I'm a little bit overlapped on this, on the left side there, but that's okay because it keeps it off of the unharvested part of the field. And that will allow the cultivator to keep operating. I won't have to stop it. And that's really what I want. I want to be able to keep all the workers moving. The one you have to keep stopping is the fertilizer spreader. Sometimes I have to stop the cultivator though also. As you can see, if I'd have been if I wasn't overlapping on the left hand side there, then I wouldn't be able to do this, and I would have to stop the cultivator. So I don't mind it overlapping, but you can see it's overlapping almost the full width of that cultivator. So I'll let this guy get down here and turn around. I have a full harvester. Now, what is this guy going to do? I just want him to get turned around. See, I don't know why he wants to turn that way. I guess I'm too close to this non-harvested edge over here or something. I don't know. We'll just park this guy over here for now. I gotta go collect grain. I believe last time when I harvested this field, I had this tank, the trailer on this big rig right here. I think I had it at 47% maybe. We might get a little bit more. We might get about 50%, I'm hoping. I don't know for sure. We'll see. It seems to me like it was like 47%. It might have been a little bit more than that. I don't remember for sure. But if it wasn't much more. I don't think we made 50%. So we'll just park over here like this. And I don't think this guy's had any more problems. There's one area where I have to, I have to help all of them work around that island right there, but there's a couple spots where this guy will miss, and I have to go do it myself. And I don't know why it does that. I think it's the angle of the field, but it handles the curve on the edge of the field for the rest of it. So I'm not sure why it has trouble in the particular spot where it does, but it does, so I have to help it. It takes a long time for the helper to get these things turned around. That's why really you want to work on the longest pass you could make, so it has to turn around less times. Because the less times it has to turn around, the faster it can get the job done. I think we're okay there. I think we will have to stop this one. This time I think we're going to catch up. I don't think I can get more fertilizer down before this guy catches up, because the harvester's not going to get that far ahead. The harvester actually has a narrower working width. It's at 6 meters and this is at 8.3 meters. So every 3 passes with the cultivator is like 4 passes with the harvester. The harvester is operating at 4 miles an hour faster though, but still the cultivator catches up. And that might just be because the harvester has to keep stopping and being emptied. If I was to drive along beside the harvester and let it empty so it didn't have to stop, then it might be able to outrun the cultivator. I don't know, but I can't keep doing that. I have to keep kind of following along. I kind of got to stay with this guy. I don't want him to get ahead. I don't want any of them to get ahead of the operation that they're actually working on, because that's going to mess things up. You could see there where the fertilizer spreader wanted to come back the other way and fertilize what had been cultivated, and I don't want it to do that because my planter, the other guy over there, he's doing that part. He's putting down the second layer of fertilizer. So I don't want the fertilizer to go backwards. And it keeps wanting to, because I think because I'm so close to the edge of where the harvester's at, I'm assuming that's what's going on. I don't know, it's getting confused. It wasn't doing that, then all of a sudden, it on the last pass that it did, it wanted to backtrack. So it hadn't been doing that previously. Where's the 63%, okay? See, I'd like to have this thing running like back and forth that direction down there, because that's the length of the field that way. So he'd be doing a lot less turning around, but it's a lot more difficult. I'd have to help the harvester too many times. I'd have to help all the helpers. Okay, so we got about 2 more passes, I think, before I have to stop with the cultivator. Looks like he can go across 2 times. I don't think he can do a 3rd one, but he can get 2. Looks like he can get 2. So the harvester will probably be ready to empty before this guy can finish. But I'm going to stay with this guy for a minute. I cannot let him get ahead of where he's supposed to go. I cannot let him overrun this strip that's fertilized right here. So he's got 1 more pass, and then I'm going to have to stop it. Because I don't think, no, see, I'm not going to be able to get this one, the fertilizer spreader, down through here again. Even letting it overlap on this side. Well, maybe I can, but I think the harvester is going to fill up, and it's going to stop. I'm going to have to bring my truck, unless I just do this right now. If I can do it, I'm going to try it. I'm going to try this. I got to keep an eye on that cultivator, but it can make 1 more pass, so maybe I can get some of the grain out of here. Oh. No, stay with me, stay with me, stay with me, stay with me, stay with me. Let it empty a little bit. I may not let all of it in. I should have time to let it all empty, because the cultivator can go down 1 more pass. Let me get this guy out of the way. Now, where's the fertilizer spreader? Let's just see what happens. I'm letting it overlap quite a bit again. I just want to keep, oh, the harvester missed some. Well, it's going to get cultivated under, because I'm not going to go back and get that little tiny bit right there, but this will keep the cultivator running. And that's what I'm trying to do, is keep that cultivator running. Now I'm hitting a little bit of a 2nd row of fertilizer right there, which I don't like to do. But in this case, I did not want to wait. I probably could have waited, because I think the harvester will beat the cultivator back down to the other side, but I didn't want to wait. It makes the field look funny, that's all. Because now when the planter comes through, this is already fertilized the 2nd time, this little strip over on the edge where it's overlapping. Now, oh look, dude, don't go that way, go this way. I don't know why it's wanting to go back the other way so much. And this fella right here, I wish I could make this guy go a little bit faster. So I kind of just have to keep going back and forth between this guy and the harvester, and then of course running the fertilizer spreader, getting him started myself. So next time I got to remember to let the harvester get a little bit farther out front before I get everybody else going. I need them to be spread out just a little bit more. It makes working them a little bit easier. It makes it take longer to get the field entirely done. And that's why this time I started to, as soon as I got the cultivator, like it did two passes, I started the planter right behind it. I should let it get a little bit farther, although that doesn't really matter. It's the harvester and the fertilizer spreader that I need to get down the field a little ways, because this guy's going to catch up. And it doesn't really matter. Ultimately, what matters about getting the field finished faster is that seeder over there. I got to get the planter. I call it a seeder or a planter because I have a seeder and a planter that both do soybeans, and I'm planting. So, but normally you'd be using like a seeder. Last time I used I think maybe I used my planter on this one too. But I keep calling it a seeder or a planter. It's actually a planter that I'm using this time, but I just want to keep it moving. I don't want it to have to stop. And it won't. It's far enough behind. Because it's only operating at 6 miles an hour, so as of now, it's my slowest moving piece of equipment in the field. Now I'll have to help the harvester when it gets up on that end, because of the way I have the end of that field curved, it's going to think it's done when it's not. It's going to finish one section of the field. It's going to think it's done, but it's going to have a small section left on one end or the other that it didn't get to yet. So I will have to help it. And I'll have to do that with the cultivator and the planter as well. Just because I have a curve. You can see the curve in the edge of that field right there. And unfortunately, the helpers do not follow the edge of a field even if it's curved. They only work in straight lines. That's unfortunate. It's too bad that you can't just put it on the edge of the field and let it just start following the perimeter. But it doesn't do that, so I'm about to cultivate that little spot right there in. Not that that's going to hurt us any to lose just that tiny little bit right there. That's not a whole lot of grain. Now see, I got to pay attention here because the cultivator is going to catch up to the edge of the fertilized area already. It only has a couple more passes. So I have to keep an eye on it. This guy's got a couple more passes before I will have to help him. Well, I'm not sure if it's going to do the bottom edge here or if he's going to do the top edge first. It just depends on where it's at when alright, we gotta go collect some grain. And I don't like driving through the crops, but I will because I have crop damage turned on. And I don't want to have to get in the harvester and manually operate it. I'd rather just let the helper do it so it'll take right off again. We're at 45% full on our trailer here, so we are going to get more off of it than I did last time. And that's what I was hoping for. Last time when I sold this, I got $808,000 for this particular field. Should get more than that this time. One thing I want to do is I just want to come look on this rock right here, just to see if we have a collectible. I don't see one. Sometimes they're laying right on the edge of the grass. Nope. Okay. Okay, good. This is the last pass this guy can make. I gotta stop him when he gets down here. Yeah, I'm gonna have to stop it because I'm just not ready to send this guy again. Well, maybe I can send it. Alright, I can send it. Because the harvester is moving faster. 1 mile an hour faster than this guy, so I can just have this guy follow it. And that will keep the cultivator moving, except it really won't. I'm gonna have to go down there. Yeah, I'm gonna have to stop this guy. I'm gonna stop him right here. I'm just gonna stop him right here. Because one way or another it has to stop, so I can let this get on down and then put the helper back in the cultivator. What's this guy going to want to do? Which direction is he going to want to go? See, it's just not going. It must be because I'm working too close to the harvester. That must be the problem. Now we can let this guy go again. And hopefully he'll negotiate this tree okay. Yeah, it looks like he made it. Now what's it going to do? Hopefully it's going to back up. You always have to kind of watch them. When you have curved edges on your fields out, see, he's going to stop and start right there. You can tell, you can kind of tell if you pay attention to where they turn around at, you can tell where they think the edge of the field is. Now I shouldn't have to help it no more until it gets over around working around these curved edges. Let's get back in the harvester. Now see, it's going to finish that section up there at the top, and then it's going to think it's done. But it's not, because it's still going to have this whole section down here to complete. But it's going to think it's finished just after it finishes this one little spot right here. Once you've got two little passes right here, or is it going to take a third one to finish? Should be able to get it maybe in two. No, I think maybe it could. Maybe you can do it in two. See, this is really why you want it working lengthwise on your field, because it takes so long for them to turn around. The less times they have to turn around, the faster they can get the field done. Okay, now he's going to think he's done. See? And that's okay. It doesn't take much to get him going back the other way again. Now, one thing we can do, we can go ahead and grab our truck and bring it up to the top end, because we're going to be emptying the harvester up there. We already know that part. We'll just park out of the way right here for a minute. Okay, this guy's got a couple more passes it can do. I can actually do this. Whoops. That's not what I wanted to do. I want to do this. Come on. There we go. That's what I want to do. Let's go. I can go ahead and finish fertilizing this end of the field. Yep, we're going to go just like this. And we will stop right here like this and just let it wait. And hopefully we can get this done before the cultivator has to stop. We don't really want to have to stop the cultivator. Okay, I got a few more passes with it, so I should be okay. That guy's taking a while to get turned around. Is that full? Oh, it is. It's at 99%. Where's my truck? As soon as this guy gets turned around, he's going to be ready to empty. That's why it's just barely moving, because it's full. But I want to wait until it throws its pipe out. Because otherwise it's going to want to keep moving. And I would rather it stop, empty, and then take off again. There we go. All right, 48%. And it seems to me like last time we were 47 when we were finished. So at least we'll hit 50 this time. And then once we get through harvesting, we'll take this and go sell it while everybody else is still working. We'll finish fertilizing, and then we will go sell what we got. We can just park right here for now. It's fine. I'll let the harvester run one more pass down through here, and then I can send and then I can send the fertilizer spreader down again. Got to keep the harvester or the cultivator moving if I can. Now, I think once it gets turned around, I'll be able to follow it with the fertilizer spreader. We'll be overlapping again on this side. That's okay. I'm all right with that. If this thing will get turned around and get moving, so I can be out front of the cultivator. That's what I want. I want to be out in front of the cultivator. There we go. Okay. So now the harvester should be able to finish, and then I can finish cultivating, or I mean finish doing the fertilizer on this last little section. See how this goes. Not too much longer to finish up. It has been a lot nicer having this modded header that will let you harvest at the speed of the harvester. Because I've actually been able to harvest this field at twice the speed as I did last time. So we'd only be about halfway through this field right now with the harvester. I may have to look for a corn header that is modded with the tool height. But I'm not sure if I'm going to do that yet or not. I was afraid it was going to do that because it actually harvests in reverse. When the helpers turn it around and the header's out in the middle of the field like that, it will harvest in reverse. Okay, so that takes care of that. So now we can get our truck, we can go empty it. I should have moved it out of the way though. I'll do that in a minute and then I'll finish the fertilizer. And I'll get this thing out of the way. I should be able to fertilize that even with the equipment sitting there. It should register as fertilized. We'll find out. I think it does though. So I can just come along beside it. Yeah. Well, no, it didn't either. So, I was thinking in FS19 it did. It would fertilize under. Yeah, it did. Okay. It did. Let me just move this stuff out of the way. Get all this stuff out of the way so my cultivator can keep working, and we will go sell our grain and see what we get for it. We will go sell our grain. Now last time we got $808,000. I'm hoping for $850,000 this time. That would be nice. We could get $850,000 off this field every time we do it. Because it's simply a cash field. That's what it's for. Clip the edge right there. That's okay. There we go. That's what we want. Now let's see what we get out of it. First, I want to be inside so I can actually read this. It's funny, the trailer goes up through the roof that's empty. $930,000. Oh my gosh. I was so hoping to have $1 million field. I thought this would not even be close, but it almost was $1 million field. That's amazing. We won't tell anybody I used to be a truck driver, okay? I don't know why they have a little concrete barrier sticking out there, just to mess with you. So we got $930,000 off that field. That's amazing. We're going to park this truck down here. We'll just park it like that right there. Now this guy can go back. We'll check with our we'll check on our cultivator here in a minute. Well, let's check on it before we leave with this guy. Yeah, let's let it finish, and we'll take it up to the other side and get it started up there. So we'll let it finish what it's doing here. And then we'll go take our cultivator back. We'll take our harvester back to the yard. And we'll take our fertilizer spreader back to the yard. Okay. See, he thinks he's finished. Well, that particular helper is finished because I had to fire it because he quit. Thought he was done. So some other helper will make some money finishing out this part right here. Alright, let's take this guy back. Kind of a slow drive at 12 miles an hour. We still got a while before that cedar gets done. It's still way back here. So I bet we still have another hour. Yeah, this seems like it's so slow. You know, you drive that truck, then you can jump in one of these like this. Oh my God. And I don't want to run across the field. That would have been faster, but I don't want to run across that field. Of course, this is our own little road that we put in here. Which I could easily have $1 million field if I didn't have this road in here and I planted all the way down into there from here. I would have $1 million field. But then I'd have to go the long way around to get back over to the selling point. Cultivator might be about done by the time we get back over there. We actually park this thing right here. Oh, no, not done. I thought it might be close to being done, but it's not done yet. Let's go ahead and run this back over. It will run a little bit faster than the harvester. Alright, well, we'll fill this thing up when we get up here too. Not that we have to, but we might as well. I do need to take this tree down that's right up here. I was going to try to leave it, but it gets in my way. Now we can go over here. And this got to be finished soon, and then all we got to do is just kind of hang out with the planter down there until he gets done. But he's got a ways to go yet, so we may go ahead and do our greenhouses and our chicken feed and get that all taken care of while the planter is still working, because like I said, it's probably going to be another hour. So it looks like he's got this one more pass maybe. Should be able to catch it all yet on the next pass. And that'll be good. That'll have him taken care of. And there we go. Nice. Now we'll get this guy back. Yeah. Well, let's follow the road. I was busy looking at the planter when we went by. I think I wiped out a stop sign right there. Yep. I hit signs all the time. If you've watched any of my other live streams on Farming Simulator 22 here, you know I wish that the street signs were toggled on and off like traffic, or with the traffic. Because if you don't have traffic, you really don't need the street signs. They serve no purpose. So I wish they would turn off. Because I run into them all the time. My helpers will run into them. Nothing else really needed repaired, but I see that this thing is a little low on the repair side. So I might as well repair it. And then it's all taken care of. I don't have to worry about it. In fact, I can fill it up with fuel. Oh, look, we're inside. Woohoo! Wow, I haven't even looked inside this tractor before. I'd forgotten how to get inside it like this. Just kind of accidentally did it then. So we're going to drop this off. Actually, I don't need to drop it off. I can just leave it attached. Now, one thing I want to do, I don't know why I was so close to that. We want to come through here. And we're going to should have filled up two barrels. Oh, that one's full. Did it fill that one up too? Did it fill that one up so fast? Yeah, it should have all, that should be it. That should all be full. It's filling up two barrels at the same time, which is weird. I mean, I like it. I thought about trying to set it up that way. I didn't actually think it would do that, but it is doing that. I hit my little water spigot. Now, one thing about this water tank right here is you can fill the water tank without being in the truck. You can hear it still running. So that's a free water supply right there. We get water for free. Let's check. Let's just check and see we got, yeah, it's full. Always like to double check, make sure they all filled. They should have, because it takes 60,000 gallons to fill them, and we just put 60,000 gallons in them. So that means they were dry. All they had to run the clock dried them all out. That one's not quite, oh, that's not full. This one is. So one of them did not get full. That one right, this one right here did not fill up. So what I should do is I should just let this fill up a little bit here. We'll come back to this in a minute. We're going to let it fill up a little bit. And then we'll go fill up that last greenhouse, get it, make sure it's topped off the way we want it. And while that's filling up some, I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna let you ride with this guy. Not much to look at, but I'll be back in just a minute. Okay guys, I'm back. I had to go take care of something right quick at 3:30 in the morning. But sometimes that's how it is. Now all we got to do, let's go back and check on our water at this point, our water truck. We can go ahead and we can go down here and catch this last tank of water. I don't think it's going to take much. See, it's just not taking much. This one needs a little more. There we go. Now we'll go ahead and go let it finish filling up. And it'll be good for next time. Because by the time the planter gets done planting that field, actually I can park that far away, can't I? There we go. I like the way that looks on the side of that truck. See, these, I didn't look at these before I started this episode, but where I run 3 months and the water completely dried up, we lost all our crops. So now they're having to start over again. Now we want to fill up our chickens because this might be empty itself. No, it's not. We still got some in there. That's good. But we need to, what do we want? We want to get I can use this tractor. I was going to use the blue one. But I need to buy another tractor. That's what I need to do. I need to buy another tractor for this trailer right here. So we'll end up doing that, but not yet. We don't have to have it yet. We can make do with what we have. We're going to come over here. I'm going to get some, well, I'll have to look and see what I want to get. Let's wait right here, but let's look here. Let's see what kind of crops we actually have. Wheat, I have 34. Barley, I have 18. And sorghum. So we'll get sorghum because they'll eat chickens will eat sorghum too. And since I have more sorghum than I have anything else, whoops, that's all I need. That's plenty more than enough. We'll have to come put the rest of it back. I hit the wrong button and I was trying to stop it. Whoops. Just outside the target area a little bit. We won't tell anybody I used to be a truck driver, because they might not believe it. It's not going to take much. It needed about 4,000. There we go. Now we'll go put the rest of it back. It needed about 4,000 liters, just under 4,000. Actually, I think it holds, what does it hold? 7 or 9? Let's do something. Let's go check right. I forgot. Does this hold 7,000? I think it holds 9,000. Yep, 9,000. And it had like 3,500, so it needed like 4,500. Or 5,500 actually. And I had like 13. Whoops, I didn't even dump it. I'm getting tired. We'll dump it back in here. Now our main objective on this map is to get 100 million liters of grain in our elevator, our silos. And we're nowhere near that yet. Nowhere close to it. We have 100,000 liters. We have more than that, I think, a little bit more than that at this point, but in a nutshell, that's what we have without actually doing the math. I can drop that. I don't need it on there anymore. And we can just leave this sit over here. Probably the cultivator is the next thing I'm going to use with this tractor. Now we can go over to, this is the last guy. He's getting closer though, isn't he? Getting closer. All we can do now is just ride along. I've got everything else done that I can do. I could go cultivate the sunflowers, but I really do not want to start another field. I'm tired. So I really just want to get this field finished off. One thing I might do though, while we're doing that, is we'll look here for corn headers. Do we have a modded corn header? I think that's the one I have. I need to do this. I need to come look here and see what corn header I actually have. Yeah, the Capello. So it is the Capello. Do we have a modded Capello? That's the one I have right there. Do we have that in a mod? I wonder if it could use that one. That's 9 meters. I don't think that'll work on my harvester though. Will it? That's the harvester I have. Well, it will take that other Capello. What is that? That's only 5.7 meters, and it's only for sunflowers. This one is for corn and sunflowers. So that's what we want. Plus it's bigger, but I can't use the wider one, and that's unfortunate. That's the Capello 8. Okay. So we're going to go here. That's that one. But do we have it in a modded configuration? The same thing. See? Look how nice that would be to be able to use that. Or even that one. But nope. Because it's bigger, it won't work that way. But do we have that Capello 8 in the modded? We do. So let's buy it. Let's buy that. And then we can go get let's get our harvester. You know what? I'm going to take this header and I'm going to go sell it. I'm just going to go sell this one. Nope, 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 nope. Mistake, mistake, mistake. Almost a big mistake. This is not the one we want to sell. This is the modded one. Let's set it over here. That's not the one we want to sell. Let's go up here. Let's go grab this other header while we're here. So I don't have to make another trip all the way back over here. We're going to go grab this one. And we're going to go trade it for the one that works at speed. And we're going to go sell this one. And our other header that we want to sell is already over there. I just didn't sell it. I wasn't sure if I actually wanted to, but I'm going to get some of our money back. Because that one right there cost us $30,000. And the one we just bought was $63,000, so that's $93,000 that we just spent. Well, in this episode on headers, but they're modded, so that's gonna make things a lot easier for us. I could probably buy a little more powerful harvester, but like I've mentioned before, on this map, big headers are hard to use because there's bumps in the field. The terrain is rough, it's not smooth. So they end up bouncing and skipping. Like when you're driving through the field, you can actually see, like a harvester, you'll see it kind of rock back and forth. And that causes the headers, especially if they're long, to bounce up and down. And they will skip spots. So I don't want to do that. So we'll just put this over here. You don't really have to do it that way. You can sell it with it being attached, but you still have to get out. Conditions is good. I already repaired it before I put it over there in the field. So we get $55,000 for this one. We paid $63,000 for the new one, so it's only an $8,000 difference. I'm happy with that right there. I'm really happy with that. Sell it for $55,000, yes. Now, what we're going to do, so that was $55,000. So let's see what we can get off this other one. And it's sitting right outside here. I have it sitting up here already. I just didn't take it in and sell it yet. And I didn't want to put it up here in the dealership parking lot, since I don't own that. So I parked it right outside here. There's no traffic, so nobody's going to drive by and hit it. Now I'm not sure what we'll get for this one. We may not get a lot for this one. We paid $30,000 for the other one. And this one should be repaired a little bit, but we're not going to repair it because we're just spending money to repair it. So I don't really care. We're going to sell it for what we can get for it. I don't want to spend the money to repair it. We got 13,000, so that one is costing us a little more than the other one, the new one. It's going to cost us 17,000, but it's new too. It doesn't need to be repaired, so that's good. We'll sell it. So I'm happy. We need 55, 65, 68,000. So we bought one header, we got the other header for free, basically. So now we'll just go pick up our other header, our new header here. They make it really hard to pick up the headers because you have to pick them up from the back side. And you just barely have room to do it. Now we can take it over. I'm not worried about the progress on the planter. I know I have time to take this over here, drop off this header, park the harvester. We should go repair the harvester, and then I'll go drop off the header, or I can do it after I drop off the header. It doesn't matter, and I'll fill it up with fuel. We get free fuel because I'm using a modded fuel tank, so we get it for free. I use as much free stuff as I can. I don't use the government subsidy thing though. I do use one of them. There's actually two. There is a government subsidy, and then there is also that's a white sign. There is a green one that says, subsidized by a local municipality or something like that. You'll see that sign here in a minute. You can actually see the sign over there by the beehives. You can see that green sign. I'm just going to go ahead and repair this now. Fill it up with fuel. I might as well. Then I'll go park the header. Doesn't really matter. It's 6 of one, half dozen of the other. But I might as well do it. I'm here. I wish I could do it from in the vehicle, but they won't let you do that. Repair, $1,000. Yeah. Okay. Good enough. So that gives us free fuel right there, that tank. There's a couple other ones that do too. Of course, this thing right here, this black fill station right there, that gives us free stuff. We get free stuff out of it. There's some other ones that look just like that. They don't give you stuff for free, so you got to look for the one that says free. I always use that one. And then here's the sign. I don't know if you're familiar with it or not. Some people probably are, others may not be. But I like this. This is the only one I do now. I did use the white one before, the government subsidy sign, but I found that you just end up with so much money. There's no point in even playing the game because you don't need to. You don't have to play the game to get money. You just get free money. So I don't mind if I can make it look legitimate. So I don't mind having this like this little area fenced off with some. I always use 4 beehives. I use that green sign, and it's like a 4-H club or something. Is out here. Now I'm going to leave this header on here. I'm not going to harvest this field yet. I'm just going to leave the header on it though, because that's the next. I'm going to leave it sit here because that's the next field we're going to use. I'm not going to take it back down there and park it. I had thought about that, but I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to leave it sit there. So now all we got to do is finish this out. We've got everything else done. I want to leave I'm going to leave the days per month set at 2. And hopefully I won't forget to change that at the end of the next episode. Because I'm looking at the clock. It's already 3 o'clock, almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So it's going to be getting dark. It'll get dark before I can get the other field finished. So I'm going to leave it set. That way when I come back on the next episode, I can just go sleep for another day. But it'll be the same month, so nothing else will be ready to harvest yet. So I can get the sunflowers done before we need to harvest another field. And that's kind of what I want to do. But we got to get some more fields. We do need more fields. But we're close to that. I'm not sure what we're going to buy. Let's take a look at the map. That's not the map. This is the map. So that's what we own already. And I'm really thinking I want to finish buying this section right here. And then I want to buy like this. Some of the smaller sections to farm. This one wouldn't be bad, but in order to get all the way down, you have to buy 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. Actually have to buy 4 different plots of land, which I could. But I'll probably, here I have to buy 1, 2, 3. And I don't really have to buy this one up here. I think I can avoid that little corner right there. We'll see. So I can plant this whole section over here, which will be nice. I'm not going to do one big field. This will be 2 or 3 different fields probably. I'm not sure how I'll do it yet. And then this would be awesome. This would be awesome to have as one big soybean field. It would probably get us like $3-4 million. I bet we could get $4 million off of this field if I did that all in one big field. But it would take so long to be able to finish that I don't want to do that. It would take me 12 hours real time or more. It would probably take more than that to be able to do this field. So I think we're going to finish this section here. Now this section up here, I did this section in potatoes before. I did this whole section, and it was about a 6-hour job to finish this field also with potatoes. So we might do that again. We'll see. I'm not real sure. I never farmed this section in my previous gameplay on this map. I just had this up here. I had this. I had like 2 or 3, 2 fields over in this section I did. So I could do that again just to keep it closer to home. I could buy this and buy this, and then maybe buy these 2, and that would give us 2 nice fields, or 3 nice fields, 2 or 3. I'm not sure what we'll do. We'll see. But I'm not ready to do that yet. I probably won't do that until after I harvest this field one more time. I wish I could make this field a little bit, just a little bit bigger, enough to hit the $1 million mark with this crop, but I can't do it. I've got it maxed out. The only thing I could do to make it bigger is go cut those trees down right there. So I could push that field out that way just a little bit more. I really don't want to do that though. I've never really looked at that far end to see if it's flat or if there's a hill down there or not. There might be a hill down there. but I couldn't. It wouldn't. I can't really tell from here. I'll try to pay attention when we get closer to that end and see if if it's a hill. If it's not, then I might be able to take out some of those trees and extend that field just a little bit more. It would be really nice to hit $1 million. That would really be super. Where were we at on the last one? Let's go down to money. $955,000. So yeah, we need another 50,000. I don't know if cutting those trees down could get me 50,000. It could though. It looks like it's flat over there. So I could cut some of those down and extend that field just a little bit more and actually hit the $1 million mark. That's something I'll have to think about. I really would like to have a $1 million field of soybeans. 955,000 is pretty good though, I gotta say. But I wouldn't mind being able to hit the $1 million mark. Because these plots of land now, they're like $169,000, $179,000. There's a couple of them that are a little bit cheaper, but on average they're like 169, 169, 179. So, you know, it takes a lot of money. And like some of those plots I need to buy 5 or 6 plots of land to get in. I like doing everything inside. I keep hitting the wrong menu. I like hitting everything inside these roads, the dirt roads. I like being able to do the whole section. So if you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, plus you have to buy that's 6, and then up here 7. So you end up having to buy so much. Let's see how much this plot of land is right here. $97,000. Do I already own that? Yeah, I already own that one. I was going to say because I farmed it right there. But look at all the trees. So if I wanted to do forestry up in here, I could do forestry. But I'm not really wanting to do forestry on this map. So how much is this property? See, $183,000 for that one. And look at all the trees. You lose all that working area unless you... Let's see what this one is. This one's only $181,000. It's cheaper than this one. And it's total farming. So let's see what this one is. See, oh, this is $174. See, so they're all expensive. What is this one? Well, this one's only $119. Back to $179. So that was only $170. Why is it so much cheaper? $177. $152. So you can see all these different prices, but they're expensive regardless. This is $157. This is one that we could afford. It's $67, but it's only a third of a field, just about. That's $67,000. But anyway, you can see they're expensive on this map. And I want to get to where I maintain a minimum of $1 million in the bank. So I could buy a couple of plots of land right now. I got 1.5 million. But I think I'd rather get another $1 million first. Now I don't know how long it's going to take this guy to finish this out. It's going to take a while. So all we can do is just ride along with this guy now. I've got everything else done that can be done, that needs to be done. Like I said, I could go harvest the sunflowers because I've got a harvester that works at twice the speed now with the new header. But I really don't want to do that because I don't want to harvest it and not replant it. And I'm tired, so I just kind of want to ride along, let this guy finish. We're spending money pretty quickly because we're putting down fertilizer and seed. We're doing both. Let me look at some other tractors while this guy's doing that, because I do want to get another tractor. I think a medium tractor is the one I'm going to get. All the way at the end, I like this Valtra. They're $135,000, but what's the speed? 34 miles an hour. But it's not going to, that's not going to change the working speed though. Medium tractors. I don't even know which one I'm using right now. That's a 31 mile an hour, 24, 31. So it's not going to matter. What am I using? The McCormick? I'm not even sure which tractor I'm using. A Z4. The Z4. Oh, what did I do? Oh, I just fired my helper. I hit the wrong button. I fired my helper. That is not what I wanted to do. Hopefully it won't be a problem getting that guy to work for me again when he comes around in the rotation. Since I fired him without needing to. Let me back that camera up a little bit more. I like to play just a little bit away from him. I can see better. So now, when I looked at what I have in my garage, this is all stuff that I own. Oh, okay, that one. That's the one I'm using. And it's what, 24 miles an hour. But that's not going to change the working speed. If we go to, where's planters? That right there? Yeah, working speed 6 miles an hour. So it doesn't matter what it's attached to. It's only going to work at 6 miles an hour. There was on FS19, let's look at something. On FS19, there was a toolbar. I don't know if there's where they're at or if a leaf blower. Cool. $1,500 leaf blower. Whoa. Now there was a drawbar. I don't know where they're at. Not in that menu. I don't know where they would be at this point. Miscellaneous, nope. So I don't really remember where the tow bars are, but there were tow bars that you could attach. You could attach a tow bar, and it would let your other equipment, or at least some of your other equipment, make sure they're not in here under weights someplace. Nope. Although I do like that. That's my favorite weight right there. It's got lights on it. What was this one? Is that lighted? I can't even read it, but no, maybe not. But this one has lights on it. That's always my favorite one right there. I'm just thinking, I don't think it's under dollies. No, there's only one of those. So I don't even know where I would look for that. The tow bars. And they may not have even been carried over into FS22. I'm thinking they weren't, because they should have been down there under miscellaneous. Alright, this guy's getting closer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more passes. And he'll just have the 2 end spots to finish up, maybe. So we'll see how it goes here. At least I have not had to help this guy a whole lot. I had to help, there was, like I said earlier, there was one spot that he missed. Actually 2 little small spots right beside each other that he missed. And it did last time too. And then I had to help it around the island just like I did everything else. That's just to be expected, because the helpers work in straight lines. They won't follow the curve of the field. So all we can do at this point now is just ride along. But yeah, if I could find one of those tow bars and figure out which one it is that I could use, then we could actually be planting this at 25 miles an hour, which is kind of crazy. So that's not very realistic. And I'm not looking for total realistic in gameplay, but I did use that tow bar in FS19, and it, you know, for running the planter at full speed of the tractor was a little bit like too much. So I'm assuming that maybe the speeds at which you could use the equipment, with the exception of like the modded header that lets you operate at the speed of the tractor, then, or the harvester, then maybe like 6 miles an hour is fairly realistic for an actual farmer out using a planter in the field. I don't know how fast you can use those. I don't know how fast they operate. I would think even 6 miles an hour might be a little faster than in a real field, but it might be about right. I would think that this game would be based somewhat on realistic stuff, because I know they try to make the tractors and all, you know, the equipment look as realistic as possible, so they should at least somewhat function realistically also, unless you're using mods. And of course the tow bar was a mod. I haven't actually looked for it to see. They may exist and I just don't have it installed. But I know the last time I was looking through the mod store, there were mods I had Sorry. Got a yawn. 4:10 in the morning where I live. But what I was going to say was, I noticed that there are still mods that were in FS19 that are not in FS22. Even like some of my favorite sheds that I had used before. I used some sheds that were modded by a modder called Missy B. And those sheds are not in FS22. I don't know why, but they're not. And I like the way they look. They had garage doors on them and stuff, so I was able to use them on my No Man's Land on FS19. My favorite sheds are just the easy sheds, just kind of like the lean-to kind. I don't really use sheds that much. I do want to get a shed and put it up at the yard, just one, just so I have one up there, so I can put some stuff underneath it, just so it looks a little more realistic. But I need to use up, like, I got, I think I have some seeds, sunflower seeds sitting up there, right in the middle of the yard, because I had to unload and then go, I can't remember why, but I ended up switching out like one planter for a different one or something like that. Because the one I had the one I bought didn't do fertilizer. I was going to do it that way, and then I changed my mind. So I had to unload it and then go buy this particular planter, because it does both the seeds and the fertilizer. So originally when I started, I was going to plant it and then come back and run the fertilizer spreader again. But I realized I really don't need to do that, because I have to wait until this is done anyway. So there's no point in having another piece of equipment sitting over here waiting for this one to finish, when this one can actually do it and finish both at the same time. So I just decided it just saves time. Now, I could harvest, fertilize, and then I could plow it or cultivate it, and then I could come through with the fertilizer sprayer or the spreader and do the second layer of fertilizer and then plant it. But it's an extra step in the midst of it all, so really it makes just as much sense to do it like this. Now let's see. Okay, so he's got maybe 2 more passes. Yeah, he'll complete 2 more passes, and then he'll do this little section down here, and then we'll take him up there to do that up there. Now let's take a look at this right here. I probably could, let's get out, let's go look here for a second. I could probably take this all the way down to this row of trees. I could actually take this all the way back this way. I could do that. I think I might do that. Let me look. See, I could take all this down, because I got all the way back to here. So I could, even though this is on a hill, I could come back to here like this, and that would give me $1 million field. So I just might do that. I just might do that. I think I will. In fact, I'll change the shape of this field a little bit so it's curved the other direction. And then I won't have to do what I do here. It'll be able to complete the whole thing. So I think I'll do that. I'll take those trees down. What I'll do is I'll take the trees down. I'll save it. Then I'll take those trees down and see if I like it. I'll extend the field, I'll put it in and see if I like it that way. And if I don't, I can just exit out of the game without saving it. And it'll put those trees back. Everything will come back like I have it. So I might try that. I won't do that in a live stream. Well, I could. I could do that in a live stream. Actually, I probably will. I'll probably try that in a live stream. I might do that in the next live stream. Except this field's going to be growing. And I really like doing that stuff after I harvest. But I have a thing. I don't have to I don't have to do logging to get rid of these trees. I have a machine that does it. It's called a Tree Be Gone. Now they have a Trex, Trex, T-R-E-X, that I really like for taking down trees. But I found this Tree Be Gone. It was a lot cheaper and it does the same thing, so I've been using it instead. But yeah, I think I'll do that. I'll take some of these trees out, change the shape of this field a little bit at the end here, and maybe we'll hit the $1 million mark. Because I won't have to take it out a whole lot more. We'll see how it goes. We'll try it and see how it goes. And if I don't like it, like I said, I just won't save the game. I'll just exit out and come back in. And that would be pretty cool. It would be nice to hit that $1 million mark. I do have to admit it. Now, when I first put this field in, I originally was hoping that this would be $1 million field. And the first time, like I said, the first time I got $808,000. But it wasn't fully fertilized. This time it is. Or when I just harvested it was fully fertilized, and we got $955,000. So I wouldn't have to I really don't have to expand it a whole lot more, I don't think, to maybe hit that $1 million mark. So I think I'll try it. We'll give it a shot. It will make it easier too. It'll make it easier for the helpers to work on this end of the field if I change this curve so that it curves the other way. I mean, I think it looks cool like this. And I did it like this because that's where the trees were. I didn't take down any of the trees on this end. But I'm going to go ahead and do that. Now, is it going to go all the way back up to the up? No, it's going to stop. Okay. I thought maybe it would just travel right on up into the other end. I kind of was hoping it didn't, because I wanted it to finish this end and then we'll go finish off the other end. So a couple more passes on this side. So next time I harvest this field, I will try to extend it. Well, I will extend it. I won't try to. I will go ahead and extend it. But I'm not going to do that until the next time. Because I don't want to have to come back down here and replant it and all that stuff on this end. Which really I would just need the plow and the fertilizer spreader. Actually, No, I really don't feel like doing it tonight. I'm tired. Plus I have it planted already, and I don't like to do it when I have it planted. Okay, now we'll just go over here and finish off this other side. All right, we're getting closer. I have places to go in the morning about 5 hours from now. Well, actually less, about 4.5 hours from now. I have someplace I have to go. I have to go into town. So I'm not going to get much sleep tonight, but that's okay. I wanted to make a live stream. I didn't make one last night. I can't really make one every night. Sometimes I make one during the day instead of at night, but I don't like to go more than a couple of days without making one. I'm just trying to build this channel up a little bit. So I think the more I do, the more I can get subscribers. Right now I'm at 22. I picked up one night before last. I was doing Planet Coaster on that one, and I picked up one more subscriber. And I've only got about one live stream left for Planet Coaster, and I will have used up all the memory space I can use for one park on Planet Coaster. I think I'm at 94% right now, and I think it means I've used up 94% of the memory I have available for one map. So that's kind of weird. This game is like that too. If you're playing on console, you have a certain amount of slots you get to use for the game. I don't know why PlayStation is like partitioned that way, but it is. So there ain't anything I can do about it. And so I just about have a completed park on Planet Coaster, and that'll probably be the next live stream I do. I'll go ahead and finish that one out. That way that park's finished. I think it looks pretty nice. It's the first time I ever played the game. It's the first park I've ever done. I'm not sure how much more I will play that game. I really want to get Planet Zoo. I want to try it. That's why I got Planet Coaster. Because Planet Coaster, I was going to buy Planet Coaster through Amazon. I was going to order it. And I just got to looking at the PlayStation Store because I have a PlayStation Plus Extra account. So I was looking to see if PlayStation, or I mean, if Planet Coaster, Planet Zoo was available to pre-order, because the console edition is not going to be released until the end of this month, the 26th, 2/6, And I was looking to see if it was in the PlayStation Store for early order, or pre-release order, because I saw a video on YouTube about it, and it said that if you pre-ordered it, you got some animals that you won't get if you just buy after it's released. So I was wanting to see if I could pre-order, just so I could get those extra animals. And it's only like 3 animals. But I figure, what the heck, if I could pre-order it. So that's what I was looking for, and it just so happened that Planet Coaster was available for me for free with my extra account. It was included. It's one of the games I could get included with my extra account. And I found it on Amazon for like 25 bucks. And PlayStation, their price was 50 bucks. So thankfully I was able to get it free. Although I still might buy the, at some point I might buy the disc version of Planet Coaster. Because like I said, I can get it for 25 bucks. And then I have it on disc. So if something should happen and I can't maintain my PlayStation account where I can do live streams and stuff, I'd still be able to play it off camera without, because I don't think I can't keep it if I lose my PlayStation extra account for some reason. And they raised the price, by the way. I think by about $35 over the last year. They raised the price of that extra account. So last year it was $99.99. This year it's like $135 or something like that. I don't remember exactly. I'll have to look again, but it was like $130, $135. It's a big jump in price. I wouldn't mind having a premium account, because you get a lot of other games I could play that way, that I could do live streaming with. Even some racing games, although I can't really do racing. I can't do a lot of games like that. It makes my hands hurt. I have carpal tunnel syndrome, and I also have arthritis in my hands. So like fighting games and stuff like that, I can't play. This is one of the easiest games for me to play, because I can actually set my controller down while the helper's doing what they're doing. It makes my hands feel a lot better. All right, we're getting close to being done now. That is nice. Getting close to being done. But even this little part will probably take another 10 minutes maybe. Maybe not quite that long. Well, maybe not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about 6, 7 more passes. So maybe it won't take that long. Maybe it'll take 4 or 5 minutes. But I know the live stream is it's more than 4 hours old. I don't know how far over 4 hours it is, because it doesn't tell me that. It just says started streaming 4 hours ago. That's what it's showing me on YouTube here. But it doesn't tell me how much past 4 hours. It just has 4 hours. I wish it had 4 hours and however many minutes. I wish it would show that to me, but it doesn't. So that is something else I have no control over, so I just got to deal with it the way it is. But last time I did this, the live stream was like 5 hours and 50 minutes, something like that. This will be shorter. Now see, it's not done, but it tells me it's done. That might be because it's rolling downhill a little bit right there. I don't know. I can't remember if it started doing that last time when it got down on this very end. I think it might have. Actually, I can't remember. It seems like there was some place where it was telling me that. In fact, they would pull out in the middle of this road right here and then tell me it was done. But I can't remember if it was on this side or on the other side. One of them was doing that. It's funny that it turns around and then thinks it's done. Instead of just thinking it's done right here and saying, okay, I'm done. It turns around and gets ready to go on the next pass and then says, oh, I'm done. And that makes no sense to me because it's right here. Why would it stop? You know? Why would it back up and then say, oh, I'm done? That don't make sense, but that's what it did. At least it didn't do it that time. All right, we got 2 more passes. Maybe it'll catch it in one. Yeah, it looks like it might. Looks like it might catch it with 1 more pass. Yep, very good. All right. Awesome. Oh, perfect. Boom. Perfect width right there. Now it can tell me it's done and I'll be happy with that. So yep, I'll make this field just a little bit bigger. Not a lot bigger, but a little bit bigger. Let's go around this way. Not that it really is going to matter one way or the other, but we're not going to take the road. I just want to come down the edge of the field right here over to this other road because it's going to take us back to the farm. And then we'll go ahead and fill this up with fuel, repair it, everything when we get up to the yard. And I don't bother folding this one up because all it does is collapse it a little bit. I can feel it slowing down as it's going up this hill. See, nothing is flat. There's really no flat places to work. You can see it's not flat. It's on a hill and stuff. So everything's working on little, you know, slightly rolling type hills. So our next live stream, we're going to be doing that field over there. And we're going to put corn in it. We'll harvest sunflowers and we're going to plant corn. Refuel. And then come back this way. Over to here. Oh, I went past it. Wow. Alright, we're going to back it up a little bit. Now let's see what we got. I do wish I could do this from inside the vehicle. Okay, repair it. Repair it. Repair it. We don't care about paint. We're not going to worry about paint. Paint doesn't help us none. We have a mower sitting back there, but we're not going to be doing any mowing. I could take that and sell it. I wonder how much it would sell for. What's it worth? 12,000. And I won't be using it, but I'm just going to hang on to it. It was part of the original equipment. Here's the tree be gone. This thing right here. This is what we'll be using to cut down the trees with. And I love this color. It's my favorite color in the game. Right there. Unfortunately, I cannot get the trailer for my tractor trailer in this color. I can get the tractor itself, the truck, in this metallic purple, but I can't get the trailer in that color. And it doesn't look right to have the tractor in that color, but not the trailer. So, see, I got to get rid of this stuff. And then I got stuff over here too. This is lime. And it's kind of in the way for I want to put a shed right through here. So I'll have to use, I do have a front end loader. So I'll have to use it, move all this stuff. My honey. Too heavy. Can't pick it up. That's a bummer. But I may move it and just put it over here a little bit closer to our camp. Anyway, that's got us taken care of for this episode. We got everything done that we can do, that we need to do. I don't want to do that other field yet. So, let's see if I can do this. Maybe I can, let's look at something here right quick. Construction, landscaping, just so we have the landscaping camera so we can take a look at what we got. We can just kind of pass over what we got right quick. Got our sunflowers. This is, I think I put soybeans in this field this time. Yeah, I did. And then it's going to be canola. After that, we'll do three rounds of canola and then a soybean. I think this is barley. This is probably oats. I can't remember. So that's all we have. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fields right now. But we need more. And then I want to put a shed. I want to put some kind of shed right over here. But these things are in the way. So I got to get them moved. I'll put one shed right here. I thought about putting one back here, but I like our path up on the hill that goes up to our outhouse. Because it's all lit up. It looks nice at night, so I don't want to put a shed there and block the view of that. It looks nice. So that's what we'll do. But I'm not worried about the shed right now. I don't use them that much anyway. So that's going to wrap it up for this one, guys. And I will see you in the next one. Until then, God bless.